All right, hello everyone. Hope you're enjoying your Friday so far. It's currently 12:12 p.m. on Friday, January the 12th. A lot of 12s in place right now. Hope you're enjoying the day so far. We're starting to get some showers beginning to break out, kind of exactly what we were expecting. Some storms out ahead of the actual cold front as the warm front is lifting through. It's bringing up some of that warm, moist air up off the Gulf of Mexico. Nothing is severe out there right now. In fact, we still do have two weather alerts over us. We still have a flood warning that's been issued for the Ocmulgee River, mostly through Bibb County, that will continue to flow to the south. We do also have a wind advisory in effect for today. Even outside of these storms, winds are going to be blustery today, gusting over 35 miles per hour. But right now, I think from about now until about 7 o'clock tonight is the time that you want to stay weather aware. Right now, though, there's not a lot of severe threat. There was a lot more severe thunderstorms through the cold front that's pushing through the mid-south and the deep south right now through Mississippi. But at this time, those severe threats have lowered, but this afternoon could get more active for us once again. So hello, everyone. If you're joining us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, come say hi in the comments. Let me know how you're doing today, how you're feeling, where you're watching from. If you have any questions, weekend plans, things going on, we'll be covering severe threat through most of the day, but right now still not a lot going on. We still just have some showers that are breaking out at ahead of this cold front as the warm front would be lifting through right now. So most of the showers are generally kind of north and west of Macon. We do have some showers that are breaking across Bibb County, but southern Monroe County, just south of Forsyth, Gray, Jones County, Crawford County down towards Taylor, and Upson counties, also Thomaston, Butler, getting some of this rain and showers that's moving up to the north and east. But this is all ahead of the main kind of biggest severe threat when the cold front does push through. This was over the past 6 hours. The severe threat when it was pushing over Mississippi, there was a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, but notice as it pushes farther east, we're kind of losing that main line of storms. So this is going to be more out ahead of these storms that are coming up out of the southwest to see kind of them firing up here. Those will have the biggest impacts if we do see any tornadoes today. Otherwise, we could get some of those damaging winds that could knock down the trees or the power lines throughout the afternoon today, or even one or two of those tornadoes. But notice the line is really falling apart. So this is not going to be a flooding event like we had on Tuesday, which is definitely some good news for that. But the ground is already saturated, so any kind of wind, if the trees didn't fall on Tuesday, that could be kind of confiscated. That's not the right word that I really wanted all, but I can't think of the word. But the ground is saturated, so if the trees didn't fall, they might not be as sturdy this time around if the winds are still really gusty and powerful over top of you. That could knock down some issues and some power lines. So timing it out over the next several hours, it'll really be when it's pushing through. I think by around 3 o'clock today. See, it's kind of the same story that we have right now. It's very hit or miss with who's seeing the actual rainfall, but these could become supercellular. They could start to rotate. If there's enough updrafts in this, those rotating storms could produce a tornado on the ground, but it's going to be very hit or miss with exactly who sees the rain. Not everyone will see the severe weather. Not everyone has the chance to see the biggest impacts, but we will have some areas kind of be hit or miss with these storms that are pushing through, very discrete cells, and those have the best chance of having some sort of rotation. That's around 3 o'clock this afternoon. By around 5, I think we have the biggest threat for some of those storms to be rotating across I-75. But then there's that kind of weak line that's pushing through later into the evening. I think around 6, 7 o'clock, most of the severe weather threat is over, especially once this final line pushes through. The severe weather threat will be over. So if you're heading out tonight, I think really past 7 o'clock, more towards 8, you should be good to go if you're heading out. Otherwise, still could be a little bit breezy for tonight, but really rainfall totals are not a lot. We're not talking about widespread flooding. If you get a storm over top of you over and over again, that could cause some localized ponding on the roads, but for most of us, we're just expecting around a quarter to a half inch of rain. So we're not really dealing with any kind of flooding threat for this specific system. But hi Sharon, how are you? Are there any other tornadoes reported in the Byron area this past Tuesday? There was no tornadoes from this past system that we got on Tuesday. Really the big threat was for those damaging winds with the severe thunderstorms and we had some of that flooding issue, making that over 3 inches of rain with the storm system on Tuesday. This one's more or less flooding, does have that higher kind of rotation, the spin in the atmosphere. I don't think we're going to see widespread tornadoes today. We could get 1 or 2 warnings as this system moves through that does kind of have that rotation in the atmosphere. But there is a chance for 1 or 2 of these tornadoes, if they do spawn up, to be strong, but really not expecting a widespread tornado outbreak. The best way to stay weather aware is really by downloading that WGXA Skywatch weather app. You put in your location if you're in Byron, and then if there is a warning that's issued for you, it'll tell you, and then you know what to do. You can have that action go into your interior room so you're all kind of set and weather aware, staying safe. So, hi David. Any info from the National Weather Service if a tornado watch will be issued? Not at this time. I think we'll likely see a watch issued for later today, especially as we get towards 2, 3 o'clock, when we get towards the peak heating of the afternoon. That'll give us kind of the greatest chance to see some of these storms really spin up and potentially produce a tornado. So I think we'll likely see a tornado watch issued through the afternoon. Remember, the difference between a watch and a warning: when we have a tornado watch, they're usually in place for many hours, means the conditions are favorable, the ingredients are there when a watch is issued. Nothing's together, but those ingredients are kind of set out on the table, and they can be put together, but they're not quite yet. When the warning does get issued, that's when those ingredients are put together, the actual action is happening, it's imminent, and that's when it's really occurring in that exact time when you want to take action. So just kind of keeping that in mind for the rest of today. Hi Ashley, how are you doing? Thanks for watching from Monticello. Hope you're doing well. Do you have any rain over top of you? Right now you might have some downpours over top of you. But we still do have some storms out ahead of this. The warm front's lifting through. These storms are kind of moving from southwest to northeast. Have a little bit of some shower activity nearing Monticello. Likely could be getting some of that pushing into your area over the next 15 minutes, especially as this kind of heavier downpour in Monroe County pushes up towards Jasper and Putnam counties here over the next 25 minutes or so. So you may get a little bit of a downpour here. It'll be off and on today with these showers because we're not getting that consistent line that's pushing through. So we'll have the kind of discrete cells. You get hit with a storm, may have a little bit of a break. Another one could hit through, and that's when we have that biggest threat for the tornado risk through the afternoon for today. But still at this time, we still don't have a lot going on. Hi Denise, thanks for watching. How are you? What about Macon County? Yes, definitely. Still under some sort of severe weather threat right now. Not much going on in Macon County right now. Could get still a little bit of some skirts, some light sprinkles here, but the main timing is really going to be from now until about 7, 8 o'clock for many of us. We're not going to have that kind of consistent line like Tuesday's storm where you get the rush of wind, you get the heavy downpours, the rumbles of thunder, the lightning, and then it's kind of over. It'll be very hit or miss today. You won't see rain all day, but 1 or 2 of those could once again kind of spin up to produce some of those tornadoes. So right now, actually, there's no severe weather out to our west. Earlier today, maybe about an hour and a half ago, this kind of big batch of storms, that's where out ahead of the cold front. So once this is moving through around 6, 7 o'clock tonight, that's when the severe weather threat is over. When this was moving across Mississippi, there was really hundreds of miles of severe thunderstorm watches and warnings. Now there's nothing out there at all. But I think as the still moves farther east, we're going to tap into a little bit more rotational energy, and we'll have the peak heating of the day as we get towards 3 o'clock when this will be pushing through. That could spark again those damaging winds or even a brief isolated tornado. But flooding and hail threat looks to be really low with this. But now until about 7 o'clock, 7:30, I think, will be the most active time to stay weather aware throughout the day today. And in terms of the actual severe weather threat that's over top of us, we are at a level 2 out of 5. What this means is that there could be scattered storms turning severe, 2 out of 5. We could still see those 1 or 2 tornadoes, but some scattered storms turning severe this afternoon that produce those damaging winds that could knock down the trees and the power lines. So we still have the weather warn day in place for today. Potential for those severe storms, few tornadoes possible, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And we still do have a wind advisory in effect for our entire area until 1 a.m. Outside of these storms, if you're not getting any rain, those winds could still be gusting over 35 miles per hour. So it will be windy even after the storms move out tonight, kind of like what we dealt with on Tuesday. Hopefully we won't see too many power outage issues, but that's also definitely going to be a concern as we have those high winds that really can just kind of knock out the power relatively easily. Let's see if we have any kind of power outages over in place right now. So here's some of the outages. We do have a little bit in Twiggs County. Anytime that's highlighted with a yellow, that means there's over a 1% outage, but less than 20%. So really everywhere's good right now, which is definitely some great news. We have about 8,000 outages in Georgia. That could be increasing through the afternoon today. We'll have to really see how that's going on. Hi, Ashley. Thanks for being here. Drizzle in Fort Valley. Hi, Willie. How are you? Hope you're all doing well as well. Having a great weekend. The weekend looks great. I think tomorrow it'll be feeling like winter again, like we kind of had on Wednesday. We'll have a good amount of sunshine, but most of the day will be into the 40s tomorrow. So we're definitely going to be feeling like winter. Hi, Corinne. So nice to see you. And hi, Wanda. Hope we're doing amazing today. Let me pull up what it actually looks like outside. Let's see what camera we have. So this is out over downtown Macon. Looks like the roadways are a little bit wet. We did have a little bit of a downpour that pushed through. Doesn't look like it's raining currently. So this is kind of, you can definitely see it on the sidewalk. The sidewalk's a bit damp. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. The dark clouds are in place. It'll be hit or miss with the storms through the evening today. Could get a heavy downpour, and then it stops, and then it's back up. So it's very kind of these discrete cells that have that chance for rotation. The temperatures have begun to go up, already about 51 degrees. The wind's out of the southeast at 11 miles per hour. So that warm front is lifting through. Let's see if we can really see how far this warm front is pushed through. See if I can show you the dew points. Remember, dew points are the measure of moisture in the atmosphere, and as we get that flow out of the southeast, that brings up that warm, moist air up off the Gulf of Mexico. So we can kind of see the warm front is beginning to lift through. Dew points are still into the 40s north of kind of Houston County and farther to the north, but we're already getting some dew points up into the mid-50s towards Sumter County, Americas, Vienna, Abbeville. So the warm front begins to lift through, the moisture begins to push in. And especially when we get towards the afternoon heating, that's when we can kind of get some of these storms to be on the stronger side through the afternoon hours for today. So it could be another active day ahead. But this one also does cut to our north and west, so you kind of get that moisture that begins to wrap in. So here's Dublin. Still those clouds are in place. No rain that's out there right now. People are on the roadways, 55 degrees. Oh, it is a little bit shaky. The camera is beginning to shake. So this is a sustained wind at 13 miles per hour. Again, through the afternoon, even outside the storms, these winds could be gusting over 35 miles per hour. So definitely a blustery day once again ahead. But at least right now, not having to worry about anything. The best way to stay weather aware is, of course, by downloading the WGXA Skywatch weather app. It's really so handy. And it gives you the warning specific for your location. Anytime there's a watch or warning, there's lightning detected in your area, it just says it out loud. So it's really easy to stay weather aware. So for our plan for today also, we'll probably be live, staying here on Facebook, Twitter, on YouTube through when the actual severe weather threat is over around 6:30, 7 o'clock tonight. And we'll be covering if there's any severe thunderstorm warnings, any kind of watches that are issued. If there is a tornado warning issued, then we'll have to break into live programming on TV so that we can give kind of the most up-to-date information and to keep everybody safe for a potentially dangerous situation with a tornado warning. Then we'll be on Fox 24 and ABC 16. Otherwise, we'll just be kind of covering what you can expect, breaking it down, what's going on here, especially as these kind of discrete cells begin to lift up and lift through. So as those kind of happen, those would be our best threat for some tornadoes. But it's really beginning, that really discrete line, that strong line is beginning to fire, actually kind of whittling away. So again, it's going to kind of be hit or miss today. We'll have some of those gusty winds, but the biggest threat will be for damaging winds or even an isolated tornado. Here's around 6 o'clock tonight. Those winds still gusting up near 35 miles per hour. A little bit weaker the farther north that you are, but it's still going to be a rather blustery evening with that chance for some of those tornadoes possible in the afternoon. Hi, Denise. I have an uncle in Twiggs County. Oh, wow. Definitely make sure that he's staying weather aware today. Hi, Travis. What's the real likelihood of a tornado? It's relatively low. I don't think we'll see widespread tornado warnings today. I think we'll have one or two possible, meaning that there is the potential for that rotation to be occurring in that moment. We don't have any right now. I think there is still a chance that we get one or two warnings today, especially since we get those discrete cells. That's the best chance that they begin to rotate, and if the storm is powerful enough, it's able to tap into enough energy, that's when that rotation can kind of stretch down onto the ground and produce that tornado. So it's not going to be widespread. Not everyone will see a tornado today. In fact, maybe no one will see a tornado today, but I do think that we'll have one or two warnings likely, especially that this is hitting in the peak heating of the afternoon. So it's still a low chance that you yourself will see a tornado warning over top of you, but I think that there is a possibility that somewhere across middle Georgia does get a tornado warning this afternoon, like one or two of them. A few tornado warnings are likely since we have so much of that rotation that's possible in the atmosphere, but not guaranteed that you will see a tornado or even some damaging winds over top of you, but that threat is in place. The ingredients look like they're setting up for that through the afternoon hours today. Hi, Luis. Thanks for watching from Irvington. When is it starting? Jones County. It's really starting about now. From I say about now till 7:30 will be the window for everyone to see some sort of severe weather. And the dew points, hi Misty. Dew points are a measure of moisture in the atmosphere. So normally in the summertime, when it's tropical, it's sweaty, it's really wet outside, we have dew points rising up into the 70s. It's the middle of January, so we usually have dew points that are very dry. It's winter, you think of really dry weather. So dew points usually this time of the year are in the 30s. But when we get the warm front that lifts through with the storm system, they climb into the 50s, near 60s. So the atmosphere is beginning to load up on moisture to really be able to fire up some of those stronger storms when that does lift through. Hi, Mark. How can you forecast the wind speeds as a certain speed? Well, the wind speeds all have to do with the pressure gradient. So when we have the low tracking to the north and west, and we have a high pressure that's pushing off the coast, the difference between those two, the atmosphere wants to be in balance. So you have this kind of abundance of mass at a high pressure and the lack of it at the low. So they kind of want to balance each other out. So the high and that extra mass moves towards the low so that they can balance it out. And with that transfer of mass, that really picks up the wind speeds. But we have calculations, and the computers are able to do it for us because they're very complex and they would take a long time, but they are able to spit out a number that we're able to kind of forecast and verify. So it will still be windy today with that strong pressure gradient that's pushing through. Great question, though. Thanks for that. I love all these questions. Keep them coming. Hi, Lauren. Hopefully no tornadoes in Cordele today. Absolutely. I completely agree, but we will still be watching for it. The threat of tornadoes today is really non-zero, so there is at least some sort of threat. Hi, Tanya. Thanks for being here. Any bad weather for Dothan, Alabama? I think in Alabama you're starting to get some of those storms also beginning to push up. Alabama's not really in our area right now. Oh, wait, I clicked the wrong button. I love these questions, though, everybody. Keep coming. Keep them coming. You're not quite yet in your area, but these storms are kind of pushing to the northeast. So you may get some that are coming up off the Gulf of Mexico. I think you're also under a severe weather threat for today in southeastern Alabama for you to stay weather aware through the afternoon today. Hi, Faye. Thanks for info watching from Kite. It's so nice to see you. Thanks for being here. So yeah, from about now until 7:30, I would say is really the active time, the best chance of seeing some severe weather this afternoon. So timing it out again with one of our models. So what's different about this one is we don't get that really strong line of thunderstorms where everything comes barreling through. You get the blinding rain, the rumbles of thunder, those strong winds. It's going to be more of these discrete one or two cells. So you kind of get some rain, it'll stop raining, and then it could start raining again. But these have the best chance of getting some of that rotation. So around 3 o'clock this afternoon, we have some of those cells that are out there that could become supercellular or begin to start rotating. Not every one of these will have a tornado in there or have the chance to do it, but there is that kind of threat, especially with this kind of setup. That's usually the best setup that we get for those tornadoes to briefly spin up and become possible. I think around 5 o'clock this afternoon, that's when the best severe weather threat will be moving across I-75. And there's that kind of cold front the line of storms out ahead of the cold front. It's not as impactful as it was on Tuesday, so we're not talking about flooding from this. But once that final smaller line does push through around 7:30, I think that's when that severe weather threat will be over. If you're heading out tonight, I think really after about 7 o'clock, you should be really good to go for your Friday evening plans. And still not talking about that flooding rain. On Tuesday, making that over 3 inches of rain. It was just a blinding heavy rain that was pushing through a lot of moisture without that strong line specifically coming through. And just the discrete scales, we're just talking about rainfall totals for most of us about 1/4 to 1/2 inch of rain, less than 1 inch. But if you do kind of get a storm moving over top of you multiple times, it could cause some localized flooding. So widespread flooding, really not an issue with this. The Ogmulgee peaked yesterday at around 25 feet. It was just under 25 feet. It got that high last April, but almost peaking at 25 feet in the Ogmulgee was in the top 25 highest crests in recorded history. So that made up for really the lack of rain from December 1st to Monday. Before that storm system we got on Tuesday, we got under about 2 inches of rain. We were over 3 inches below average, but we completely made up for that on Tuesday. We got almost double the amount of rain that we got in a month in just one day. So that was why we had some issues of flooding on Tuesday. Now, this is not really going to be a flooding event. That bigger risk will be for the damaging winds and for that isolated tornado to be spinning up today. Hi, Sheila. What about Forsyth? I'm sure you just got some of the rain that's pushing through. And hi, Debbie in Fort Valley. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here. So here's what's going on right now. We still have some of these showers that are riding along this warm front that's pushing through. So these showers are pushing from southwest to northeast. Not a lot's going on for areas east of Macon, but as these we'll still get these showers that are kind of wrapping up, kind of pushing through like this and moving up to the northeast. Not even really any rumbles of thunder out there. There's actually no severe weather across the southeast right now. Still the heaviest, that kind of small line, that's going to be that last threat for severe weather once this pushes out around 6:37, 7:30. That's when that severe weather threat's over. That's still in central Alabama, but there's still no severe weather threat with that. There's no warnings, at least, with that. So that's really some good news, but I still think as this pushes farther east, it's going to push into a little bit more of a favorable environment for some of these rotations to start popping up. So here's really some of the downpours, kind of what we're going to expect for today. It's a hit, and then it's mist, and then it rains, and then it stops raining. Milledgeville getting a little bit of some heavy downpours. Jasper, Putnam County moving towards Edenton. Butts County and Jackson getting a little bit of a heavier downpour, seeing more of the yellows, the oranges. It's usually an indication that the rain is really coming down. And see, even just like across I-75, it's raining to the east of I-75 in Jones County, near Gray, north of Bolingbroke. Forsyth you're dry, but then over towards Lamar County and Barnesville, you're getting pretty hammered with some rain as well. So it's really going to be hit or miss throughout the day today. Upson County, Thomaston, also this rain's moving up and towards this direction, just south of Culloden, Musella, Lizella, in Crawford County. Kind of going to be pushing up across I-75 here very soon. Even a little bit farther down, you have a little bit of a downpour near Fort Valley. I think that will probably miss you, that specific cell that's moving over Reynolds, as they're really moving up like this. But Butler, about to get a little bit of a heavy downpour also. And that's really going to be kind of the trend for today. We'll get those storms from southwest to northeast. And with these discrete cells, if they can tap into enough updrafts, enough storm energy, that's when we get that potential for that rotation, which I think 1 or 2 of those storms likely will be doing through the afternoon today. It would be great if none of that happens. I'd rather be safe than sorry and say that, nothing can happen. But just in case if anything does really happen, we'll be on standby for it too through this afternoon. But yeah, these storms are kind of lifting up. And if they tap into enough energy, especially as we get towards 3 or 4 o'clock, the peak heating of the day, that's when that sun can really create extra instability. Instability is basically storm energy. The way that you really get the big thunderstorms is when you get the huge updraft. So think about a hot air balloon. You really want that air to kind of go up. You heat the inside of the balloon with the fire, and that warm air is less dense. It wants to rise And when it does that, it kind of picks up the storm energy, it condenses, it cools, and it forms into those thunderstorms. So usually you think of the sunshine on a day like today, you're like, wow, we get to see some sunshine. Well, that's not really a good thing with today's storm threat, because that peak heating, that sun creates that hot air balloon effect, and it can start to bring that extra storm energy, that rising air, and that's when those extra storms can really pack a punch. So hopefully we won't see too much sunshine, and the clouds will stay in place. Hi, Shell, how are you? Hi, Grady. Can you tell us about the cold snap coming around Macon next week? Oh, yes. There's going to be a pretty big cold snap. The jet stream really looks to weaken over the eastern third of the U.S. Next week, we'll have a lot of sunshine. Well, let me show you actually with this. One second, I'll get to you, Grady. And hi, Hunter. I don't even know why I watch the weather news. It's never correct. Well, thank you for being here. I hope you have a great weekend anyway. And I hope you're doing well and you stay safe this afternoon if you have a warning that's issued over your area. But it is going to be a little bit colder towards next week. I think I have this graphic still in here. Yeah. The jet stream really looks to weaken over the eastern third of the U.S. This is the 6 to 10 day outlook, so this is about a week away. Temperatures over the eastern third of the U.S. very, very likely below average. The darker this blue color, the higher the confidence that temperatures are going to be below average, but they look really below average for us. We're talking about mornings nearing the teens, I think in the low 20s right now. But we'll have lots of sunshine next week, but afternoon highs will only be in the mid 40s. Our average high this time of year is about 59, so we'll be around 15 degrees below average in the afternoon for the end of next week, which is pretty substantial. I would say that's definitely on the colder end. Temperatures in the 40s. There does look like it's going to be another low that sweeps through by around Wednesday of next week, and that one will not cut to the northwest, so that means that we're not going to be seeing a lot of severe weather with that system. It was almost cold enough that maybe there could have been some flurries, some wraparound things, but here's those temperatures. So this weekend, it's going to be relatively cold. Tomorrow, the high only 50 degrees, so most of the day is going to be in the 40s tomorrow. We'll get the cool breeze also out of the west, so tomorrow's going to feel like winter. Sunday and Monday, temperatures still below average. Not too bad for MLK Day on Monday either, but Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, that Arctic front will really be arriving. Temperatures in the mid to low 40s. These are our afternoon highs. Even towards the next weekend, temperatures are still into the 40s. So we really have a cold shot of winter on the way, and where morning lows could be down into the low 20s for early next week. So it is going to be really, really cold through portions of next week. Hi, Craig. Don't see any sun shining. That's definitely a good thing on a day like today. We do not want the sun to come out. We do not want that extra heating to really be firing up any of these storms. So here's, once again, 3 o'clock. If you're still just joining us and haven't seen much of the timing with this, I think from about now to around 7:30 will be the most active time. We'll get these discrete cells. It'll start raining over you, and then it'll stop, and it could come back. We'll kind of get these waves of these specific singular cells, and those have the best chance, especially if they tap into enough energy, can produce that rotation through the afternoon today. I think the severe weather threat will be over around 7:30 this evening. Around 5 o'clock, I think the biggest threat for the severe storms will be over I-75, really as we're getting ready for the evening news, and then around 7 o'clock. That last kind of line ahead of the cold front will be pushing through, and then after that's moving through, the severe weather threat will be over, but still not talking about a lot of flooding, which is some good news after all the flooding that we got yesterday. So if you haven't downloaded the WGXA Skywatch weather app, if you're watching on your phone, you can really just go into the App Store and search for Skywatch weather. You put in your location, it'll tell you right as soon as it happens if there's a watch or a warning issued only for your area. So it's really handy to know and be in the know and stay weather aware, so you can take the right action when that warning or watch is issued, just so they can stay in the know. But if you're watching on your laptop or the TV, take out your phone, go into the camera, and you just kind of want to act like you're going to take a picture of the QR code. And then when you can see it on your screen, you kind of tap on it, and that should bring up a little notification off the top of your screen, and that'll also take you to the App Store. And it's really handy. It even works on days that are not active like today, but it's really, really good for staying in the know about severe weather, especially over the next few months as we get towards severe weather season through February, March, and April. This will be a really handy tool for when we get even more of the springtime events when we really get the severe weather season, this could be a very active severe weather season with El Nino winter. We've already seen it now over the past 2 weeks. We keep getting these lows that track out of the Gulf of Mexico, or they track out of up to our northwest. We get the Pacific jet that really kind of can fire up those storms, and they kind of happen over and over and over again. We've had this is about the 5th storm in 10 days, so it's quite active, and I think the spring season could be pretty active also. Hi, Alan. I'm waiting for a snow-wrapped tornado. I would love to see that, honestly. A snow-wrapped tornado. That would be crazy. You look at, if we could even see it, you could kind of see the snow like wrapping around a tornado. I'm sure you could like make some AI generated thing that would be, that would look cool. If you do, send that to me because I would love to see it. A snow-wrapped tornado. I love it, honestly. I don't think that's not happening today. No chance of that happening now. But through the afternoon, we could get a spin-up tornado. That is possible. So let's go back outside. So here's Dublin once again. We have those clouds that are firmly in place. It is currently dry. Temperature's already up to 55. When I started the live stream, it was at around 51. Still have a bit of a breeze. Southeast sustained at 14 miles per hour. We did see the camera shake a little bit. You can kind of see the breeze picking up with some of these flag-like objects. It's going to be a bit more of an active afternoon ahead. I think I actually hear it raining over downtown right now. Oh yeah, it's definitely raining. It is definitely raining downtown right now. So here's downtown right now. It is raining. I can hear it on the roof. Rain falling pretty heavy. The visibility isn't too bad. And there's no severe weather threat with this system, with the storm right now. But it is downpouring over downtown. So this will be kind of the big thing today. It won't be raining for much longer, likely. It'll stop, and then there could be another one that rises up and starts again. So it's not going to be an all-day rain. But at least it's raining, so hopefully some of these extra cells before we get to that peak heating will kind of rain out the atmosphere so that the severe weather threat does weaken. Hoping that happens. Hi, Randy. Thanks for being here. From Perry, Georgia with light rain. We also have some light rain here in downtown. So the showers are starting to break out. Here's that cell that was just moving over downtown right now. These are once again moving up toward the north and west. And a little bit of just the light downpour, but definitely getting some heavy rain. We're about to move over Bolingbroke. Here's I-75. This is also moving towards the north and east. There's the shops at River Crossing, probably getting a little bit more of a heavier downpour too. When you see that red on the radar, usually that's when we get the heaviest downpours in that. It's also raining a little bit over Warner Robins right now. There's the Air Force Base. Bucky's I-75, a little bit drier, so you only go about 30 miles the difference, maybe even less, and then you go from a heavy downpour to just nothing. So it'll be very hit or miss through the afternoon today. But those discrete cells are definitely still in place. Hopefully they won't begin to rotate this afternoon. Let's see if we can see any kind of... So this is the storm relative velocity. Usually when we look at our storm relative velocity, this is when we're looking for some sort of rotation. This is the wind structure of the storms. The red is the winds moving away from the radar site. So they're moving away from the radar site towards the northeast, but the green is moving towards the radar site. And usually when they're right next to each other, that's when we get that notching effect. And that's usually an indication that there is some sort of rotation, especially if it's a knit couplet, that could be that rotation in that tornado that's possible. We don't have any kind of tornado threats out there at this moment, but we're still going to be watching it through the afternoon as they are possible with those discrete cells, mainly through the afternoon hours today. Hi, April. And hi, Lauren. The weather in Georgia, the weather in Georgia changes more than my ex-boyfriend's many personalities. True. I don't know him, but honestly, yeah. Hi, Sandy. Weather in Bolingbrook, please. Oh, you should be getting hit with that heavy downpour. Hi, Sandra. Thanks for watching from Lawrence County. Hope you're doing well. Hi, April from Hawkinsville. Who is yelling? Yeah, I'm hearing people in the newsroom. I'm going to shut this door really fast. I definitely am hearing a few extra people talking. That's okay, though. Yeah, our studio is connected right into the newsroom. It's like 10 steps from where we are here at the green screen that is out into the newsroom, and they're having some sort of conversation out there, which is okay. But yeah, so those winds are still pretty gusty, especially up near Jones County, southern Monroe, northern Bibb County. But we're still getting a little bit of that heavier downpour, especially over Bolingbrook. You are getting that kind of red on the radar. Pretty heavy downpour right over Shops at River Crossing, I-75. There's a little bit more of a heavier downpour. There's just kind of scattered showers out there right now. It's hit or miss. Not everyone's seeing the rain. Most areas still east of Macon. We're really not seeing a lot. Dublin, Lawrence County, Dodge County. There's really nothing out there just besides some clouds. Still some kind of popcorn showers, Unadilla, Cordele, Americus. A little bit more of a heavier kind of complex of some cells near Roberta, northern Taylor County, Upson County, Thomaston. Still a little bit kind of a hit or miss system. No problem, Bethany. Thanks for being here. Hi, Megan. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well from Warner Robins. Thanks for being here. Yeah, so that's going to be kind of the issue today. Still haven't heard too much quite yet. Let me walk over to the computer over here, see if we have any new information from the National Weather Service on whether or not any kind of watches will still be issued. We still do have two weather alerts that are in place. We still have a flood warning that is in effect for the Okmulgee through Bibb, Houston, Jones, Monroe, and Twiggs counties until 7 o'clock. And then we also have the wind advisory that's in effect. The wind advisory outside of storms, winds today gusting near 35 miles per hour. So from the National Weather Service, we do have some new wording. It's had another update on severe potential for north and central Georgia through this afternoon, early this evening. Latest regional radar showing the main front with more organized showers and thunderstorms now pushing into western Alabama. As we go through the evening, the best energy or instability to help fuel the strength of the storms is going to be limited across much of the area, confined to an area south of Columbus to Macon to the Augusta line. So that's going to be moving from about 8 o'clock tonight in the areas that could be seeing severe storms developing, resulting in the potential for damaging winds or a brief tornado. So through this evening still, we do have that threat for some of these instability, extra damaging winds, specifically through the afternoon hours today. 2, 3, 4 o'clock, I think it'll be the most active time, especially moving across I-75 by then, but still no word of a warning or any kind of watches that are issued quite yet. So that's some good news. Hopefully the clouds and these extra showers that are moving through will kind of almost wash out the atmosphere of any kind of ingredients that are there and in place. So we'll have to still watch this through the afternoon. It'll be most active later today. I'm not far from you in Eastman. Oh, wait, this is not for me, though. Are y'all getting a little sprinkles so far, too? Yeah, mostly areas of east of Macon aren't really getting a lot. Here in Eastman, you're not getting much. A little bit over in Bleckley County towards Cochran, just a little bit. Hi, Kimberly. Thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well. So let's get the big picture again on satellite and radar. So this is another pretty powerful system. And it's all about the track, really, of this low. Once again, it cuts to the north and west. So here's that center of circulation, the actual parent low from the system. It tracks up. It's bringing some heavy rain for Kentucky, Lexington, Tennessee, down towards us in Alabama and in towards Georgia, but it's cold enough where it's getting pretty blizzard-like conditions in Chicago, up towards Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa. They're getting some heavy snow. Of course, for the snow to actually be forming, you need to be on kind of the northwest side of the low. That's where the cold air wraps around and you get those heavy snow conditions, but everywhere kind of the east and to the south, it's all rain. This will kind of further push up towards the northeast, but still bringing some windy, dangerous conditions for many of the Carolinas, the mid-Atlantic, up towards the northeast as well. So a lot of big winter storms have been moving through over the past few weeks. We'll have to see still how this does play out. I think it's still raining again. Let's go back outside. I keep hearing the downpour is definitely pushing through right now. This is out on top of our rooftop in downtown. MLK Junior Boulevard is right there. Still raining. A little bit of a shake from the camera. The winds sustained at 11 miles per hour at the airport, so this is quite far away from that. But still gusting a little bit higher through the afternoon today. Is this more of a northeast movement? Yeah, these storms are all pushing from southwest to northeast. They're kind of riding along a warm front that's out ahead of what's coming through a little bit later today. So if I put this on a loop over the past hour, see the storms are from southwest to northeast. They're kind of riding along this warm front, lifting on through when you got the kind of discrete cells of a heavy downpour, another one more over towards Thomaston, a little bit of a smaller one that's pushing near Dooley County, southern Macon County, towards Montezuma, getting a bit of a downpour here. Kind of get these discrete, separate cells that's pushing through. Not going to be a one giant line storm event like we had on Tuesday, like many systems can be here in our area. So that's kind of really what's going on. Let's take you back to the dew point temperatures, see how they've really changed. So dew points are the measure of moisture in the atmosphere. They're normally down to the low 40s, the upper 30s here in the heart of winter. But with that warm front lifting through, it brings up that warm, moist air off the Gulf of Mexico. So the higher the dew points, the higher that really moisture content is in the air, the more energy those storms have a lot to feed off of. So they're starting to rise up into the 50s, still a little bit farther south. The one in Perry was in the 40s. Now it's about 51. So the moisture is definitely starting to move in. Hopefully the actual instability and the helicity, or that spin, stays relatively low through the afternoon today, so we don't get any of those threats for storm tornadoes. I do want to look at one specific product that we have, if I can find it really fast. It's a product that usually tells us the threat for strong tornadoes. It's on a scale from about 0 to about 2, and usually the higher the number, that's when we do have that threat. It's the significant tornado parameter, or STP. So I want to kind of see what it looks like. So anywhere that you do see some sort of coloring or up towards a 1, that's usually where we could get some of that rotation, the significant tornado parameter. There could be 1 or 2 of these the cells that are pushing through this evening that could produce that spin. So it does look like that's still going to be at least a threat through the afternoon today. Even see at about 7 o'clock, I think by 7:30, really most of the ingredients are out of here. That last line is pushing through. Does look like it weakens a little bit. Here's about 3 o'clock. Really have that dark kind of red and orange across southeastern Alabama, but as it pushes in our direction, kind of loses that. We do see a little bit of this yellow, some gray. So that's at least some good news. That threat is still definitely there. How many cameras does Skycast have? I think we have 4 cameras. We have one here in downtown Macon. We have one at Mercer University. We have one in Dublin, and we also have one up at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. We have 4 right now that we can take a look at. Hi Neil, how are you? What time is the storm coming through? To about now, to about 7:30 will be kind of when we get the biggest storms. It won't be one specific line that's pushing through. We'll kind of have discrete cells, so it may start raining and then stop raining over you for about the next 6 hours or so. And 1 or 2 of them could produce some damaging winds or even some isolated tornadoes. Yeah, we'll have to see for the threat of some power outages as well. I think even with the winds being gusty today outside of the thunderstorms, the ground is very saturated. So if any trees didn't necessarily fall from the system on Tuesday with the saturated ground, they may fall from the extra wind that we're getting today. Still a little bit higher now, about 9,000 outages. None really in middle Georgia. Upson County is about 87. You do have a little bit of a downpour that's moving over you right now. Nothing severe. So those outages hopefully won't climb much higher, but that's definitely going to be an issue that they could climb a little bit higher. That could kind of knock down those trees and power lines. I also do have a graphic that shows kind of the timeline of outages across the Peach State. And we'll be able to see over the last, I think it's about 24 hours or so, how some of the outages have been moving through. I don't think we'll see too much here. Yeah, not much is going on. We'll see a little bit of a bump here this afternoon. But since Thursday, I mean, yesterday was a really beautiful day. Today, starting to get some of those outages, still at about 9,000. So over the next few hours, this will likely kind of trend upwards with some power outages. If you don't have your phone charged, make sure that's charged for today. Just in case if the power does go out, your phone is really going to be the best way to stay weather aware. If you have any warnings over top of you or anything, that'll kind of be the time for that. Hi Cheryl, hope you're doing well today. All right, so I think I'm going to go ahead and kind of let the radar play for a little bit longer. We'll take a little bit of a break here. It's about 1 o'clock now. And we'll go ahead and put this on a little bit of a break. Since there's not too much that's going on, we'll come back for another kind of update here, or if any kind of new warnings or new information comes out. We'll come back for another quick little cut-in about what could potentially be going on. And I think around 1:30 could be a pretty good time. Oh, that's not right. Let's do about 1:30. So that if there's anything new that's breaking out, right now we're just getting some of those showers working from northwest or southwest to northeast. However, if there's any kind of watches issue, there's any new information, any kind of watches, warnings that are in place, I will come back. But around 1:30, we'll kind of take a second look at it, see what's going on. Otherwise, if I don't talk to you before the weekend or for the rest of this evening, stay weather aware and have a great weekend. We'll be back around 1:30. All right, hello everyone. It is 1:30. I'm meteorologist Ryan Mirando back with a little bit more of an update of what's going on right now. We still just have some showers that are breaking out from southwest to northeast. Nothing is severe right now, not even really rumbles of thunder, but this will kind of be the threat and the what's going to be happening for the rest of today. We kind of have the showers kind of breaking out in this direction. There'll be more discrete singular cells. We're not going to have a strong, really defined heavy downpour, blinding rain, rumbles of thunder pushing through. We'll have to kind of hit, miss rain, and then we're back to the rain, and then we're not in again. So we do still have the threat today for a few of these storms to produce damaging winds over 60 miles per hour that could down the trees and the power lines, cause some power outage issues like we had on Tuesday. But we also do have enough spin in the atmosphere that we could see 1 or 2 tornadoes be a threat for these storms pushing through in the afternoon over the next few hours. Still, the timing for the most active time to stay weather aware should be from about now until 7:30 tonight for the most active time period of exactly when you want to stay weather aware. So on a wider view with satellite and radar, this is a really powerful system. We still have kind of what we're looking at. Most of the heavier storms are pushing across Alabama. We still kind of have these discrete cells, not a full line that's going to be pushing through, but a pretty powerful system that's bringing snow across the Midwest, heavy rain through Kentucky and Tennessee, and that'll be pushing up to the north and east through the afternoon and evening hours tonight. So still kind of timing it out over the next little while. If you're planning out your Friday evening, there still could be some showers, a few storms around by around 6 o'clock tonight. Here's 3 o'clock. Notice that we have those discrete, potentially supercellular cells that are out there, those rotating storms possible. It's not going to be widespread flooding since we won't have that congealed line that's pushing through. So you might get a downpour for 45 minutes and then it takes a little bit of a break and then another one fires up a little bit later. Around 5 o'clock, still have a few of those cells pushing across to I-75. That's kind of going to be the last batch, that last smaller line out ahead of the cold front. Once that pushes over, the severe weather threat will be greatly diminished by around 7 o'clock, 7:30. That should be pushing out of our area. So the evening around, if you're heading out around 8 o'clock, should be pretty good, but 6 to 7 kind of could still be a window that there could be a little bit more active weather that's still out there. If you're joining us on Facebook, YouTube, anywhere, come say hello in the comments. Let me know if you have any questions, anything that you want to ask, any plans that you have. Love to see how you're doing today and what you got planned for this weekend. So since we're not talking about that full congealed line, widespread flooding is really still not going to be a concern. We're generally talking about a quarter of an inch to about a half inch of rain, definitely less than an inch. There could be some localized flooding if you get a heavy downpour over you multiple times. That could cause a little bit of some ponding, but for the most part, really not expecting any kind of widespread flooding from this particular event. So we have the clouds in place, some showers that are still kind of around. Not a ton of rumbles of thunder. This is what the radar looks like right now, really through Bleckley County over Cochran. Have a little bit kind of the heaviest downpour right now. Up near Cary, here's Montrose, I-16. Kind of have the oranges, the reds there on the radar. So a bit of a heavier downpour that's pushing through for you, and these are still pushing up to the north and east. So Jeffersonville also getting hit with a downpour. Moving a little bit farther north, this is Washington County, Sandersville. Here's a little bit more of that red and that yellow on the radar. Kind of a little bit of a break for McIntyre, Irvington, but a little bit more could be still heading your way with this next kind of round of cells. Still have another smaller one that's in southern Jones County, just north of Dry Branch, north of Macon. You can see a little bit of some heavy reds here, south of State Road 18, but even still towards I-75, heading north towards Atlanta, just north of Macon, getting hit with a bit more of a heavier downpour. Jasper County, south of Monticello, still also moving towards the north and east. Oconee National Forest, Monticello, Willard, it's all pushing up towards the north. So you still have a heavier downpour that's over you. Even over towards Sparta and Hancock County, Lake Oconee, got the red and the yellows there. kind of making a few more stops. And even still do have some smaller cells in Houston County, just south of Perry, Elko, along I-75 in Bon Air, Warner Robins, still a little bit more of a downpour at this current moment. So a little bit more, kind of that's what we're going to be expecting for the rest of today. It was raining over downtown a little bit ago. The ground is wet. The roads are shining. As we did have a downpour, it stopped for now, but another storm, another cell could move over, and that's kind of going to be the hit or miss activity that we'll see today. Those dark clouds are still in place, which is some good news. Even though we like to see the sunshine, that can usually aggravate and add extra instability and storm energy. So we definitely don't want to see any sunshine today. We do also have a wind advisory that's still into effect for our entire viewing area. Wind sustained out of the airport, out of the south-southeast at 11 miles per hour. But they could be gusting today outside of those storms up near 35 miles per hour. So power outages still could be a pretty strong issue. If you didn't have any trees or notice any trees that fell from Tuesday's event, the ground is still rather saturated. With the winds today, those trees, some power lines may not have the strongest ground to be in. That still could kind of down them throughout the evening hours today. Around 4 o'clock this afternoon, here's those winds gusting up near 35 miles per hour, even outside of those storms. So it is going to be pretty active through the afternoon hours today. So you do want to stay weather aware until about 7:30 tonight. And once again, if you're joining us on Facebook or anywhere, come say hi in the comments. Let me know how your day is going. Love to interact and chat with you about what we're thinking. Here's some of our temperatures for right now. We're having a warm front that's beginning to lift through. We're pulling up that warm, moist air off the Gulf of Mexico. We're already into the upper 50s for areas south of I-16. 58 right now in Hawkinsville. It's 56 in McRae, 59 in Dublin. So more warm, moist air is kind of filtering in. Could help for more instability and more storm energy, which is not really a great idea. We don't want extra stability. We want the kind of storms to die out so that we don't have to deal with any kind of large severe weather threat. Still most of the activity, the heaviest downpours are just west of us. Let me pull up a different radar palette to show. So here's the radar over the past 2 hours. We're getting the warm front beginning to lift through. So we're getting the storms, kind of the smaller cells pushing from southwest to northeast at ahead of the cold front that's pushing through central Alabama. Those are where we have some of the rumbles of thunder, some more of those cells that are beginning to push through, and those could still rotate as we get farther into the evening. Right now, there's still no watches that are issued from the National Weather Service for tornadoes. Remember the difference between a watch and a warning. A watch is when the conditions are favorable. We have the ingredients that are there, but nothing's really in place yet. Those ingredients aren't together, but they're just in place and that they could come together. That's when you want to have a plan. If a tornado watch is issued, you want to have a plan, know where that safest spot in your home is. Really, it's usually in an interior room. You want to put as many layers between you and the outdoors as possible. So when the warning does get issued, that means the ingredients are now together. It's in place, it's occurring, it's imminent right then and there. Then you want to take action of that plan. You'll actually want to go into that interior room, a closet, as many layers between you and the outdoors as possible. And that's for a tornado watch and warning specifically. So still nothing in place for those quite yet, but today's still going to kind of be a day that we have these off and on kind of showers pushing up and through. It's that more tropical, moist air masses filtering in, but still more storms are waiting in the wings towards Birmingham and Montgomery that are pushing in our direction. And I still think about 7:30 is when most of the rain and the heaviest storms, the strongest threat for some severe weather, will be out of here. Then, looking towards the weekend, it's still going to be breezy tomorrow. We'll still have winds gusting near 20 miles per hour. The high is only 50 degrees, so the sunshine will be out, but it'll be feeling like winter, kind of like how we had on Wednesday, where most of the day is in the 40s. Sunday's a little bit better after a freezing start. We'll drop down into the 20s, but then we're up to about 55 degrees, which is still a few degrees below average. And then we're tracking some of the coldest air that we've seen so far this season. Temperatures next week, very, very likely to be below average. By the middle to end of next week, we're talking about mornings potentially down into the low 20s or the teens, and afternoon highs really only in the mid to low 40s. So real shot of winter coming for next week. But in the meantime, we're still dealing with those strong and severe storms throughout the day today, potential for the day today. So if you haven't already, really great idea to download that WGXA Skywatch weather app. It's just so handy. You put in your location, it tells you everything you need to know to stay weather aware. It tells you the watches, if there's a warning issued, even if you have the sound on, it'll tell you when it's issued. Besides kind of the notification on your phone, it'll say a tornado watch is issued for your location. It's really great to be in the know, and it's not too overwhelming where it tells you every kind of warning. It's very straightforward and really easy to use. You know, even work as we get further into severe weather season towards the spring months, but nothing too bad out there right now. Just those kind of pockets of hit and miss, some showers that are still moving through. So right now over towards Putnam County, Edenton, just east of Edenton, getting a little bit more of a downpour right here. It's pushing through over Willard, moving north, just moved over the Oconee National Forest, moving up further to the north and east. And this is all for right now. That one storm that was in southern Jones County still pushing a little bit further north towards Haddock. Gray, see the reds and those yellows, the oranges, that's really the heavier downpours that is pushing through. A little bit further to the east in Washington County, Warden, Deep Step, kind of stopping in Sandersville for the moment, but another one is kind of on its way in your direction. Southern Wilkinson County, kind of at the four corners between Wilkinson, Lawrence, Bleckley, and Twiggs County, Danville, Montrose along I-16. Still getting more of those moderate to heavy downpours. Still not a lot of rumbles of thunder, which is some great news. We go a little bit farther south towards Cadwell, Rents. Still some yellows over here. So today's kind of the day to be just on your toes about what we could potentially get through the afternoon, even in northern Houston County, still in towards Twiggs County here, moving up towards I-16. These storms are pushing pretty fast and they're relatively small, so it's not raining for too long when it does rain over top of you, and then it kind of is a little bit of a break. So through the evening today, still can expect one or two of those to potentially be rotating. It's definitely a possibility. So here's 3 o'clock today. Still really no congealed line. We have those discrete cells. One or two of them could rotate. They tap into enough energy that could produce a funnel cloud down onto the ground by around 5 o'clock. Still those cells moving over I-75. And there's that line that begins to approach. Not as really impactful as the last system on Tuesday. So we're not talking really about flooding or that one really big rush of the blinding rain, the rumbles of thunder, those high winds. But we still have these gusty winds even outside the storms today. And then I think around 7:30 is when it does begin to push really out of our area through the evening hours. So still going to be a pretty big active day. We are at a level 2 threat out of 5 for the severe potential, meaning scattered storms could turn severe, but really the primary threat through the day today will be for the damaging winds and the possible tornado threat. Flooding's really not a concern, no widespread flooding concerns. And also, hail really doesn't look to be too much of a big threat since we don't have really an abundance of storm energy to really cause those strong updrafts to collect a lot of ice in the very high levels of the atmosphere. So still not a ton of power outages for us right now, which is some good news. Still at about 9,000, almost 10,000 outages across the Peach State, but really not a lot of areas without power. So some great news to see there. Hopefully it will stay that way. We will have to see that. We'll have to watch for some of those strong winds through the afternoon today to knock down some of those trees and power lines potentially. So with those storms that we got on Tuesday, we we had a pretty big flooding event. A lot of the rivers were peaking. The Ocmulgee was at about 25 feet that it peaked yesterday, which is closing on the moderate flood stage, and that's one of the top 25 highest crests that the Ocmulgee's had in its recorded history. So a lot of rain from that system. It's great that we're not getting the flooding from this one. Hopefully the models will really underperform today, meaning that we were talking about seeing a lot, but hopefully we won't actually see a lot, and that we won't have to deal with a lot of dangerous situations throughout the evening today and in towards the weekend. At least the weekend looks really nice. Besides, at least it looks nice in terms of the rain. Really not talking about any rain for the weekend, but it's going to definitely have that winter chill in the air with temps only in the mid to low 50s. Most of tomorrow looks like it'll only be into the upper 40s. So looking at this particular parameter again, this is the significant tornado parameter. This really can tell us where the best chance of that rotation or even some strong tornadoes could be possible. It does still show that there could be some activity, especially for areas kind of south of Macon. There could still be a little bit of some of that extra rotation that could cause a tornado warning to be prompted. We will still be covering all of the weather and what it could be packing a punch on our social media here and on the app. But if we do have a tornado warning, then we'll cut into live TV through the regularly scheduled programming, so that we could be giving out potentially life-saving and very helpful information to a possible dangerous situation if a tornado warning does get issued. Otherwise, we will continue our coverage here on the social media about what's really going on with the high winds today, the heavy downpours, potentially some power outages and damaging winds also. But if you're just joining us on Facebook or YouTube or anything, come say hello in the chat. Let me know how your day is going. If you have any questions also, I'd love to hear about it, what's really going on with your day, how this could be impacting you tonight, but really still not a ton that is going on at this time. Still not a lot of information coming out of the National Weather Service, no tornado watches or any kind of watches that are still being issued. Hopefully some of these storms that we're getting right now will kind of diminish the chance for us to get severe weather. If we have some of these downpours that are moving through, hopefully that kind of rains out the atmosphere, gets rid of some of the high moisture that's out there, some of these high winds. It kind of can break apart the system so that it's not firmly in place for those ingredients to really spike up some strong storms. So hopefully these will be kind of good enough to rain out the atmosphere and get rid of that severe potential before the strongest storms do come through. Those strongest storms are still out towards Alabama ahead of the cold front. Notice it's still not a huge line. The line is really falling apart, so we're still left with these discrete cells that could kind of rotate one way or the other, but there's still more storms that are waiting in the wings, and that should be pushing across I-75, I think right around 6:30 tonight when this will be pushing through. Could come a little bit earlier as this storm system's moving relatively fast. It's about to be moving across Birmingham now, and then that's waiting for our direction, but really still not talking about a lot of flooding. Once that last system, that last kind of push will be over you, the severe weather threat will be over, and we'll have a great weekend ahead. So do still want to stay weather aware, because you never know what the atmosphere wants to do. Could pop up really high winds, could prompt that tornado warning. So we'll still be watching this closely until around 7:30. I think that's when most of the severe weather threat will be over. Otherwise, for now, I think we're going to keep watching the storms as they begin to approach in our direction, even some rumbles of thunder out towards Montgomery. So we'll be watching that. I think we're going to maybe take another step off here, see what's really going on. And we'll come back for another update. Let's do one at 2:15. If there's any kind of new information from the National Weather Service, or there's any kind of watches, any kind of new information, I'll jump back on here to let you know. But for right now, let's just keep watching some of these storms again till about 2:15, and then I'll be back to share some of the latest information I hope you have a great rest of your day if I don't talk to you again, and have a great weekend. We'll be back. All right, hello everyone. It is 2:15. Welcome back. We are doing a little bit more of our severe weather coverage with today. Still not a whole lot that is going on right now, which is definitely some amazing news that we don't have any severe storms out there that are producing the damaging winds or any tornado. Looks like most of the rain is going to take a little bit of a hiatus before it's going to pick back up as the warm front is still trying to lift through. Let me get a better view of what's really going on the radar right now. So most of us are drying out. We still do have some of these heavier downpours kind of north and east of Macon. Most of it's over Washington County, northeast Johnston County, Wrightsville, Sandersville, kind of getting a lot of these heavier downpours. Kind of still notice it's hit or miss. It's not a complete, the big system that's pushing through Davisboro, Riddleville, Warden, Deep Step, all getting some of these heavier downpours. The yellows, the oranges on the radar up towards Hancock County, just south of Sparta, Devereaux, east of 22, also pushing up to the northeast. But there's really going to be a little bit of a break before more of this rain begins to push in. That's moving across the Georgia-Alabama line, moving across LaGrange right now towards Columbus, I-85, and that'll be pushing in through the next few hours. It's running into a lot of colder air that is in place, so a lot of the severe weather threat has begun to really lower down. We have a lot of clouds that are in place, so we're not getting a lot of the instability. Still timing it out over the next few hours or so. Here's still around 3 o'clock. We got some more of these discrete cells that are out there. We're still not getting that specific line of storms that's coming through. One or two of these still could produce those damaging winds. Even outside the thunderstorms, the winds could be gusting about 35 miles per hour. So still going to be rather breezy today. Not a lot of threat for widespread flooding, but if you do get a storm over the next few hours to kind of rise over top of you again and again, could cause some localized ponding on the roads. Still not expecting a lot of down trees and power, or a lot of flooding with this risk. But if you're joining us on Facebook, watching us here now, come say hi in the comments. Let me know how you're doing for today. Hope you're doing well. If you have any questions, anything you'd like to ask, I'm here to be your guide to help you answer any of those questions. Trying to pull up the Facebook Live again really fast. All righty. So, it's a little hard to see on this laptop here. I was looking for some of our temperatures right now, just to kind of show you where the greatest instability is right now. So notice there's this kind of green and this blue. We're getting a little bit of some wedging that's kind of getting pushed up against the mountains and the Appalachians, and that's a lot of colder air that's in place. It's only about 49 degrees up near Atlanta, 42 in Cornelia, northeast Georgia. Notice there's a lot of low, mid-60s, even some 70s, a little bit farther south and west of us, but the storms are kind of running into some of this colder air that's wrapped up here, so they're not really firing up very heavily. We also have a lot of the cloud cover in place, so the storms and the sun is not really aggravating some of that instability and storm energy, but still kind of have this warm air. It's kind of lifting through. You kind of see where that contour and that darker green really sets up. That's kind of the colder, more stable air that is in place to really not spark any of these storms outside. So still don't really have a lot of severe weather that is moving through at this time, even not really many rumbles of thunder. But still, we do have the threat that one or two of these storms still could produce those damaging winds or some brief spin-up tornado. Here's around 3 o'clock in about 40 minutes. Still a few of the cells, those ones that are beginning to move in towards LaGrange near I-85, those are going to be moving in to our western counties, really, even a few areas along I-75 around 3 o'clock, around 4, 5, still a few of those smaller cells, but there's that last line that'll be pushing through. I think right around 7:30, it should be pushing out. That still could have kind of that one last little brief wind gust and a little bit of a downpour for that severe weather threat through the afternoon today. So still going to be a good idea to stay weather aware through the evening hours. If you're heading out, I think really past 8 o'clock, you should be fine. Should be good to go. Not a lot to worry about at that point, but before, still could have a brief really active storm that does push through this evening. And it is going to be a pretty nice weekend ahead. Tomorrow, it's going to definitely feel like winter. Don't let that sunshine fool you. It's windy, it's chilly. The high only up to about 52 degrees, which is pretty far below average. Most of the day, we'll be feeling like it's in the 40s. Sunday's really nice. We're down to 28 degrees Sunday morning, so we will be starting below freezing, but a really nice afternoon. Sunny, up to around 57. So a nice weekend ahead, despite some active weather for tonight. And we do have a wind advisory that's also in effect, where winds could be gusting nearing 35 miles per hour outside of the thunderstorms, even if you don't have any rain. Still could be a little bit gusty out there that could down those trees and some of those power lines. So here's looking out to Macon right now. We've had on and off showers here in downtown. So the ground is wet, but it's not raining right now. Kind of still getting that on and off, but it's definitely looking pretty dingy out there. Those dark clouds are in place. Still a little breezy, wind still sustained at 13 miles per hour, gusting a little bit higher. We're up to about 56 degrees, so we really don't want that number to really rise up too much more anyway, so that we don't have the threat for some of those stronger storms to be taking place. Still looking at the dew point temperatures too. They are beginning to rise. Almost everywhere now is in the mid 50s, mid to upper 50s. So even Macon's up around 55 degrees in the dew point. The measure of moisture, the higher that number rises, the more moisture that's in the atmosphere to really be wrung out by these storms, kind of more energy to feed off of. So that warm front is beginning to lift through. How much severe weather will we really see with this is still going to be a pretty good question through the evening with that kind of colder, stable air that's up into northeast Georgia that we're kind of running into. This is our water vapor satellite imagery. Kind of the drier air is more of this red and this oranges, but this blue and the greens, the purple, that's more moist air that's in place. So we've got a little bit, not an abundance of moisture that is pushing through our area right now. We've still got quite a bit of some storms, so we're still not talking about a lot of flooding, but once that last line pushes through around 7:30, then the drier air will be filtering in some cooler air for the weekend, but that severe weather threat will be over tonight, which is definitely some good news for that. So yeah, right now still on radar. Have a little bit of a break that looks to be going on as these kind of batch of storms lifts out to the northeast. We're still watching for some storms out ahead of the cold front, starting to push across the Georgia-Alabama line, and then there's that kind of thin last line that'll be pushing through behind that. It's kind of just east of Birmingham now, and then that'll be the last thing that pushes through. So over the next few hours, still kind of have these heavy downpours, still really not a lot of thunder. These clouds and the cold air that's kind of up in northeast Georgia is really slowing these storms down, so some good news for that, but one or two of these discrete cells could still, if they tap into enough energy, could rotate quite a bit and prompt a tornado warning that is in place, but still thinking that we're all good for now, which is definitely some good news. Also, if you're still joining us on Facebook or anywhere, don't be afraid to come say hello and let me know if you have any questions in the chat with what you got going on for your weekend or any plans for tonight. Still love to hear about it. But I think for now, since we're really about to get kind of a break in some of the action ahead of these next kind of some cells that are pushing through, we'll take a little bit of a break. And we'll go for about 3 o'clock for when we'll have the next severe threat update. Kind of watch some of these storms as they start to push into Georgia out over the west. Otherwise, we will be back for another update right around 3 o'clock. All right, hello everyone. It is 3 o'clock currently. We've got some of the showers once again to start breaking out in some of our western counties. That is beginning to push through. Some great news also is the severe weather outlook has dropped since we last talked. We were at a 2 earlier today. All of us were at a 2 today. And now only our southern counties really are under a 2 right now. So really areas kind of south of Houston County, including portions of Montgomery, Telfair, southern Dodge County, Wilcox, most of Pulaski, Dooley, Crisp, southern Macon, and Crisp counties are all under threat for level 2 still for scattered storms to turn severe, while most of us are at a level 1 now, meaning 1 or 2 of these storms could produce those damaging winds. Still looks like there is a shot that we do get some sort of rotation from some of these storms pushing in. But if you're joining us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, leave some comments down below if you have any questions about how your day is going. If you have any questions about what to do, how to feel, I'm here to help you kind of guide through your day about what exactly we're going to be dealing with. I still think we do have a threat for severe weather until about 7:30 tonight, when the last kind of line pushes through ahead of the cold front. But right now, the storms, the kind of second cluster of some thunderstorms that are still kind of moving in, are beginning to push into some of our western counties. So right now, Thomaston, getting a few rumbles of thunder. Notice the storms are kind of moving up to the northeast, east-northeast, still through. And these will still be working towards our direction. So for right now, really zooming in with some of the radar, really getting the heaviest downpour just north of Thomaston along State Route 74, kind of getting the reds, even a few rumbles of thunder on the radar here, and kind of following it farther down to the south, just west of Butler. This storm is still going to push up like this and kind of out of our area, still even a further bit south, just west of Americus and Sumter County. Still a few rumbles of thunder, so we still do have the threat for some severe weather going farther into the evening today. But at this point, the warm front isn't making it quite far enough north that we were kind of expecting. Still looks like it's running into a little bit of some of the wedging in the cold air in the mountains, but this warm front really hasn't lifted far enough north. The air mass that we have in place over top of us, it's not getting out of here. The warm front isn't able to really kick underneath all of the colder air that's in place and create some of that instability. We have a lot of cloud cover today, so things really aren't. A lot of this warm front that has all that more moist air off the Gulf of Mexico isn't really making it as far north and having quite a bit more of impact than we were still expecting, but still going to be pretty breezy out there. Excuse me. Those winds are still pretty gusty, up nearing 35 miles per hour outside of the thunderstorms and those heavy downpours, but it still is pushing through. Most of the kind of heavier downpours is still a little bit farther to the north, some wraparound cold snow up near Chicago and up into Michigan, but we still have a little bit of these cells that are pushing through. It's really beginning to fall apart. We're still not going to be dealing with a strong congealed line of thunderstorms through the evening hours, but the severe weather threat, this time you still do want to stay weather aware till about 7:30 tonight, I think is when most of it will be fully out of here. So here's about 5 o'clock. Those storms that are now kind of riding along our western counties in Upson, Taylor, towards Sly and Sumter counties, those are beginning to push across I-75 around 5 o'clock this evening. Still could have some rumbles of thunder. Again, the best chance of seeing any of that severe weather downing the trees, the power lines, will be kind of south of Houston County. So that cell still could produce some sort of rotation, potentially a tornado or some of those damaging winds, along with some of that heavy rainfall as well. Then when this kind of last line pushes through, that's when the severe weather threat will be over. I think it's really going to be pushing out of here relatively quickly. And tomorrow, the sunshine will be back, but it'll still be brisk and chilly tomorrow for your Saturday. But we're still not talking about a whole ton of flooding. We're just kind of running into a lot of issues with the atmosphere. It's not kind of having that conducive tropical moisture that's surging in, kind of almost like we had on Tuesday with the flooding threat, but that's just, it's not setting up quite as nice as that system. There's our actual air temperatures that are outside right now. Still getting to get some upper 50s, but we're kind of struggling to get this kind of farther north. And that warm, moist air really isn't surging in, so we're not having kind of a lot of severe weather. This was even the threat for farther out towards the west. The warm air just wasn't lifting far enough north, and the ingredients kind of fell apart to create really some of the more powerful, damaging storms that are ahead. So, hi everyone. Hi Michael, how are you? And hi Olivia, hope you're both doing super well. Thanks for being here and chatting. So for the weekend, looking ahead, it's going to be pretty chilly. Tomorrow it's windy, only up to 52 degrees, but feeling like it's in the 40s for most of the day. And then Sunday, we do have a freezing start, but a more seasonable afternoon, up to around 57 degrees. And then looking ahead towards next week, it's going to get downright cold. Mornings will be down into the teens, afternoon highs only really into the 40s, even the upper 30s. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week, we're either in the 40s or even the upper 30s. So we really have a cold shot of winter coming. We are talking about really the coldest air of the season, likely going to be wanting to trip the faucets by then just because of how cold the air, especially through the overnight hours, is really going to be. These are some of our morning lows over the next 5 days. We'll be at or below freezing through Sunday, Monday morning, Tuesday morning, but then as we get towards Wednesday, those mornings will drop down into the teens, even for Thursday morning as well. So some really bitterly cold air that'll be working through next week. And we do have another storm system that also likely will be pushing in through the middle of next week. Doesn't look like it will bring severe weather as the low track's a little bit closer to us. Still does look like it will give us some showers around. So here's the timing once again, around 5 o'clock. A few of those kind of supercellular potential rotating storms, especially for areas kind of south of Houston County. They have the best chance now of seeing some of those storms turning severe, producing the damaging winds, knocking down the trees and the power lines. And then that final line behind it will be pushing through around 7:30. And then that will be when the severe weather threat is mostly over. We can look again at the power outages. I've been kind of monitoring this throughout the day. Still really not a lot of outages, so some really good news for that. We're down to only 6,000. Earlier, we had close to 10,000, but that number is coming down. No really power outages across Middle Georgia, so that's really great to see. Some awesome news for that. Even though at this point, really still, there's not still a lot going on. We have the cloud cover that's also in place. Usually when you want to see the sunshine on a day, it's nice to see the sun, but on days that severe weather is possible, you usually don't want to see the sunshine. That causes extra heating right at the ground, and that creates that hot air balloon effect. The air wants to rise when it's warmer right at the surface, and that kind of creates the stronger storms. It condenses, it cools, creates those thunderstorms. Good news that we are not seeing any sunshine really out there now. It's just a lot of clouds that are in place. This is out over Macon right now. I can change it over to Mercer University. But this is out looking over Macon. The ground is still pretty wet, but the clouds are still firmly in place. Not even an ounce of sunshine. Still breezy out there. Still pretty gusty. Actually, let me change to the Dublin. Just trying to get our camera changed here. Still down in Dublin, those winds are still out of the south, 16 miles per hour. That warm front is really trying to lift through. Here we go, here's out to Dublin. Still got a lot of the clouds, a little bit of a lower visibility too. Those winds are still out of the south, those 16 miles per hour, gusting probably even a little bit higher. Yeah, you can still see those flags also. Those are still whipping around with some of those winds. So it's windy, it's a breezy day. We still do have the wind advisory that is in effect until 1 a.m. tonight for winds outside of thunderstorms up to about 35 miles per hour. But for now, we're not talking about any severe weather, which is still really some good news. Some rumbles of thunder, though, are starting to push in. These should probably pack the heaviest punches, especially for areas south of that, kind of where that level 2 threat is, south of Macon and Warner Robins. But otherwise, just the rumbles of thunder. Still, those could produce some strong winds, could be just below severe criteria inside these storms, up near 50 miles per hour, but still even a few rumbles of thunder just north of Thomaston, Barnesville, along I-75s up towards here. About to get this heavy downpour, a rumble of thunder or two. Kind of can follow it down just north of Crawford, or just north of Taylor County towards Crawford County, moving towards Musella, Culloden, about to get hit with another kind of round of some downpours. It's kind of how it's been today, off, and then it's back on, and then you kind of get another cell moving over you. We've had a break for about the last 45 minutes, but more storms are beginning to push into our area. Still not too much extra wording from the National Weather Service, so don't know if I can really expect a watch at this point for any kind of extra tornado activity. Remember the difference between a watch and a warning. A watch is when the conditions are favorable. You have the ingredients all laid out, but they're not together yet. We're watching for the threat of whatever could be happening. If it's a tornado watch, we're watching those ingredients that are separated, could come together to produce a tornado. And you want to have a plan in case that warning does get issued. That is then when the conditions are together. Those ingredients did come together. Things are happening right there. It's imminent. It's occurring. And then you want to take action of some of that plan. If it was a tornado warning, you'd want to go into the most interior room in your house. Put as many layers between you and the outdoors as possible. Get away from windows. That's if a tornado warning was issued. But for right now, it's still not a lot that's going on. A little bit farther north of our area, just north of I-20 in Covington, Loganville, kind of have a little bit of a heavy downpour here that's moving towards Athens, but not a lot going on for us, which is definitely some great news. Rumbles of thunder that are beginning to push in. These are still going to be working kind of eastward over here, so they're going to start to kind of fill in and still kind of draw up that moisture off the Gulf of Mexico. So Forsyth, Roberta, heading towards Macon and Warner Robins over the next about hour or so for this particular line of some cells to be pushing through. Perry, Unadilla, a little bit later, but still also some of those storms that'll be heading your way. Then it's going to push east of I-75. We'll get that last line behind it, and then that severe weather threat will be over. Here's kind of that last line. That's when the severe weather threat will be completely over. Once that pushes through around 7:30, I think it's really out of our entire viewing area by 7:30, then we are in good shape and no more severe weather for the rest of today. But it's been an active winter so far. The good news is that, we're really still not talking about a lot of flooding from the system. The storm system that we got on Tuesday, we just got heavy downpours, blinding rain. This one doesn't have quite as much moisture, so we're still only talking about a quarter inch. We can actually check how much rainfall has fallen. That last updated at about 3 o'clock. So these are some of the rainfall totals so far. Still not a ton. Edenton has gotten the most so far, just over a tenth of an inch of rain. Everywhere else has gotten less than a tenth of an inch. So we really haven't been talking about a ton of rain. Macon's only got 1/100th of an inch. So really not a lot going on for many areas. McRae, Vienna, Byronville haven't even gotten any measurable rain from this yet. You still could get a little bit of a downpour. But it's really lacking in the terms of heavy downpours and extra moisture that's going to be pushing through, which is some great news for that too. Hopefully the winds, though, as these storm systems push through, won't cause any extra power outages or down any trees, especially from the saturated ground that we already have from Tuesday's system. But these storms are still going to work a little bit eastward, so it's really moving over Forsyth here. You're kind of in the bullseye potentially of this heavy downpour that's pushing through over Thomaston right now. A few rumbles of thunder with that. This is looking at our velocity winds. You're able to the radar dives past the rain. It's able to get how the winds are moving. The red shading that you would see is the winds moving away from the radar site. The green is moving towards. The brighter the greens, the higher the winds can really be moving. Over Thomaston, the radar is indicating those winds could be gusting up near 50 miles per hour. So when these storms are pushing over you, the winds really pick up. You'll get some of these heavy downpours. Even a few rumbles of thunder. And these do have the potential still, if they tap into enough energy, can go over severe criteria, producing that 60-mile-per-hour gust and potentially be causing some damaging and some issues. So hopefully that won't be the case, but still going to be an active evening. The timing, once again, should be those storms that are pushing into our western counties should be across I-75 around 7 o'clock, especially for areas south of Macon. You'll have the best chance of seeing those storms turning severe, producing that rotation, that possible tornado. Once that kind of last line moves through, that's when the severe weather threat will be over tonight. So still a few more hours to stay weather aware. We're still tracking this for at least a little while. It is kind of losing a lot of its energy and intensity. We will come back for another update around 3:45. I think will be a good time to really be tracking just how far this will be going through. And we'll be back for 3:45. We'll still be watching these storms as they start to push into our area. All right, hi everyone. It's 3:46, a minute late, but now these storms are still continually pushing towards I-75, towards Macon. They're really still falling apart. There was a few rumbles of thunder with it. Those have completely died off now. No more lightning strikes with the system, but we're still getting some heavy downpours, but it's relatively brief and moderate that's pushing through. Right now, some of the heaviest downpours are through up towards Jasper, Putnam counties, seeing a lot of the red on the radar just north of Edenton, Willard, up towards Rock Eagle, Shady Dale, the Oconee National Forest, all getting this heavy downpour that's kind of pushing in this direction. A little bit farther to the south and west, following it down towards Forsyth, Juliet, really Forsyth along I-75 right now, getting hammered with the rain, but notice you drive about maybe 15 miles farther north towards High Falls, and the rain just completely shuts off, so we're definitely still towards that smaller kind of cellular activity. Culloden, Yatesville, Thomaston is about to get the rain exiting out of you, but even towards Bolingbroke, Musella, Lizella, Roberta, it's all just some heavy downpours that's right now. Areas north of Macon, really not expecting the potential for those damaging winds, but still some cells down here to the south, generally south of Houston County. The storm still could pack a punch. Brief spin up tornado is still possible. An isolated severe thunderstorm producing damaging winds is still very possible. But if you're joining us on Facebook, Twitter, anywhere, it's so nice to see you. Hi, Kendra. What time will it be here in Macon? Should be here probably within the next 30 minutes, an hour or so, with that specific line that is pushing through, starting to push through into Bibb County. I think kind of the heaviest rain will be kind of right along here right now towards Forsyth. And that's where we have some of the heaviest storms that are pushing through, but we're already getting some generally light showers that's beginning to push in over Lake Tobosoffke, Lake Wildwood, Lizella, towards downtown Macon, pushing across 475. And that'll kind of fill in over the next 15 minutes or so with some of the heaviest storms that are pushing in. That storm just looks interesting to me. So we can also look kind of at the velocity structure of some of these storms that are coming through. The red is the winds moving away from the radar site. Wow. The red colors are the winds moving away from the radar site. The green's moving towards, and the brighter the green's usually the higher the winds. So over towards Culloden right now, you're getting a little bit more of that downpour. Over Forsyth, it's kind of transitioning from that towards to away from the radar site, because the radar's down into Twiggs County. So starting to push in that kind of transition zone, but even towards Culloden right now, kind of getting a brighter green along Old 341 and State Route 341, kind of getting some of these kind of strong winds that are pushing through. So in addition to kind of these storms that are pushing in towards I-75, towards Macon and Warner Robins, also kind of get the strong winds kind of with it, really over Crawford County, Roberta, kind of looking towards Culloden there. Still getting that heavy downpour, that gusty wind, and these are still pushing farther towards the east over the next little while here. So this is really fast. So those are still going to be pushing in. If you're heading out tonight, I think by around 6 o'clock still have a few isolated storms out there. There's cells that could rotate, could become supercellular and produce that tornado or the damaging wind threat, mainly for these kind of storms that are down here through the south. And then once this line kind of pushes through after that, the severe weather threat will be over for tonight. I really think past around 7:30, 8 o'clock. This is kind of just left, and then we're done with the severe weather threat in wake of that system. And then the weekend's going to be looking much colder, but much drier as well. At least the start of the week, it'll be much colder, pushing through. We'll have our rainfall totals that'll be updating in about 10 minutes here, but still on a wider view on satellite and radar. Still a very dynamic system, but notice for the Peach State, it's really beginning to fall apart. We have high pressure that's pushing offshore in the mid-Atlantic. That usually wedges a lot of cold air up across the Appalachians, and that cold air was just stuck in place. The warm front that was lifting through when we get the warm sector that gives that moisture, that kind of really dynamic storm system. It didn't push far enough north. It didn't kick and knock out the wedge that was in place. And so the storms kind of couldn't get any energy to feed off of, especially for areas north of Macon that really haven't even gotten many rumbles of thunder. There wasn't really any severe weather out to our west. In Alabama, they were just kind of under severe criteria, but it's continually weakening as it pushes farther east. That being said, though, definitely not out of the clear yet. One or two, an isolated storm still could produce those damaging winds, knock down trees or power lines, but the severe weather threat is weakening the farther into the evening that we're going, which is, of course, some great news for that. In terms of power outages, still probably likely going down. Yeah, still not a lot going on. A little bit kind of picked up in Jones County, about 129 outages right now, kind of getting that heavy downpour that's beginning to push through. Up to about 9,000, almost 10,000 outages. That's about the highest that I've seen it so far today. The one on Tuesday, when we had the flooding rains come in, that was up near 70,000. So that was up way higher. So this storm system definitely is a less of an impact, which is some great news that's pushing through. Yeah, definitely some. So notice as this kind of like band of storms is coming through, we have a few spots that we kind of have some of the extra red and the heavy downpours that's pushing on in. I'm really looking at this system also in Montezuma. This kind of specific cell looks very interesting with what could be happening there. Still not a ton going on. So we kind of, today has been a day where you get the hit or miss. It started raining and then it stopped raining. It looks like it's going to be starting up again just south of Montezuma. And then we really have a heavy downpour right now that's pushing in Crawford County. Muzella, just north of Roberta, kind of have this heavy swath of some rain that's pushing over you right now. The radar is indicating rainfall rates just about 2 inches per hour, so it's definitely really coming down out there. Usually when it gets above 2.5, 3 inches per hour, that really can be the blinding rain, but still some very heavy downpours, the reds and the oranges on the radar that are moving through, about to push into Bibb County, also over Forsyth. Still have a little bit of a red swath here towards Juliet that's going to be pushing through over towards Barnesville. Still have a little bit of these oranges, the greens. It's starting to stop for Thomaston. You're about to get kind of out of the thick of it. But really this one cell that's over Muzilla, about to cross over 341. That's really where the heaviest downpour is kind of pushing through. So the storm probably will lift just north of downtown. It'll probably kind of link up following the Macon-Bibb Northwest County line up over 475, just south of Bolingbroke, and then push into Jones County up towards Gray over the next 30 minutes or so. But Fort Valley, Peach County also getting a little bit of a downpour moving towards Byron. This one's not quite as heavy, but still some moderate downpours that's coming through. Let's see if we've noticed any high peak winds today. So this is how the winds have been gusting today. It's a little bit hard to see just how strong the winds were when they're on a particular location in site. Cordele has had the highest, along with Jeffersonville, Tennell, and Vienna, all about winds gusting about 24 miles per hour. Everywhere though has had a wind gust about 20 miles per hour, at least in the teens. Down in McRae, further south and east, you haven't gotten a lot of the rain and the wind that has been pushing through. But areas to the south, along 75, definitely still got a pretty good gusty wind kind of pushing through the evening today. These are some of our current wind gusts that are out there right now. It's a little bit slow to load. So here's our current wind gust. Still winds gusting about 33 miles per hour in Vienna. So I think the farther south that you live right now, or especially right out ahead of the thunderstorms, kind of in Macon, Fort Valley, Warner Robins, kind of right along 75, is that the storms are kind of barreling into Crawford County right now and Monroe County. Out ahead of it, those winds are still going to be pretty gusty. 21 in Macon, 26 in Butler, 23 in Montezuma. So it is pretty gusty outside. Let me see if we can get outside over Macon, though. So here's Dublin, actually, currently. Not a lot going on, as expected, really. I do want to go out to, is this Mercer University could be actually looking pretty good. This is Mercer University, is it? There's people on the field. The visibility is really low. Look at the look at the flag waving. The flag is whipping in the winds. The visibility is down incredibly bad here. Can't really even see past the field. Looking out towards downtown. Don't think it's raining quite yet over Mercer, but so these storms are kind of coming from the west. So here's downtown. The roads are still slick. Winds are still rather gusty. I want to kind of see if I can turn this camera over to the west to show you really what's going on. Might have to lift it up a little tiny bit. So we have our tower in the way, but looking out over towards the west, you can notice that the visibility is definitely dropping off there over towards the hotel, or to the hospital, kind of losing some of that. Can't really see the rain arriving quite yet, but it should be arriving here from the west and in towards downtown with some of the heaviest downpours that we've seen throughout today. That really still heavy cell is just about to push in towards downtown. Lizella, Lake Tobesofkee, kind of this red should be kind of moving up towards the northeast and moving into our direction. So the rain is definitely on its way. Along with the heavy downpours, excited to see how maybe the rainfall totals will increase. In terms of that severe weather threat, since it's encountering a lot of kind of cold air, cold wedge air up and towards northeast Georgia, it's having to fight with the warm front that's lifting out of the south. Notice Macon and towards the north, no rumbles of thunder. Down towards Vienna and just south of Sumter County, there's rumbles of thunder. So they're able to tap into a little bit more of that storm energy. Still could get one or two of those severe storms that are pushing in. Montezuma, Byronville, hearing that rumble of thunder, that heavy downpour. Americus, this is also going to be lifting up towards Byronville and Vienna also over the next 30 minutes or so. So we still do have the threat for some severe weather until about 7:30 tonight, I'd say. Until about 7:30, then most of the severe weather threat is over. Earlier today, we were all under a level 2, but with kind of that wedging cold air in place, areas kind of Houston County northwards are now under a level 1 down. So still one or two of them could turn severe, but the best threat now, we'll see a storm packing damaging winds or an isolated tornado will be through Sumter County, Dooley, Crisp, most of Pulaski, Wilcox, central southern Dodge County, Telfair, Wheeler, some of Montgomery County, very southern Lawrence County. That'll be the best chance of seeing some of those storms really pack that extra punch and turn severe through the evening hours today. The weekend is looking a lot better, but then we're talking about some of the coldest air we've seen so far this season. Next week, our mornings are going to be dropping down into the teens next week. We'll have a few freezing mornings ahead for early next week, but Wednesday, Thursday mornings drop down to the teens. The winds will be rather gusty on Wednesday. Wind chills down into the single digits. Next week is really going to be pretty brutal for some cool temperatures and some Arctic blast that is going to be pushing through. A real taste of winter really next week. That's going to be the kind of cold that you do want to trip your pipes for the middle and end of next week. So here's back to the radar. We actually did manage to get a rumble of thunder out here on the radar right now. So looking just towards the west of downtown and I-75, right over Lizella. If you live right there, you probably heard that rumble of thunder pushing across 361, Lake Tobesofkee, Lake Wildwood. That's still kind of pushing up in towards this direction. And that's really where the heaviest downpour is, still just north of Musilla, Culloden, southern Monroe County. This is in Russellville, pushing up towards Bolingbroke. You're about to get the heaviest downpour that's pushing over you. A little bit farther up to the north, still having the heavy downpours in Jasper, Putnam County, Oconee National Forest, a little bit towards the south of Monticello. May get a tiny bit of a break before this secondary kind of area fires up towards Shadydale, Rock Eagle, Edenton. Still all kind of getting some on and off showers throughout today. Still also tracking this one cell stretching from Montezuma towards Unadilla. Just north of Byronville, you get a little bit of a break in the action. We really had these discrete cells, so you get the rain for a second, it stops for a few minutes, and then it picks up once again. Let's see if we can go back outside. So here's what it looks like now on our rooftop here in Macon. Still looking out towards the west. The roof is definitely wet on top of the station. That visibility is still dropping, looking out towards the hospital. That visibility is definitely down. The clouds are becoming pretty low. That rain is starting to fall. Doesn't look like it's really getting active quite yet, but it's on its way. Can't quite see too much that's going on. Let me show you Mercer also once again. See how it's looking out over there. So this is still out over Mercer. Can we see the flag whipping? Doesn't look like the flag's on right now. Those players have been off the field, which is definitely a good idea. You can see a little bit of this flag that's pushing through. Winds are out of the south at about 10 miles per hour. It should be gusting pretty heavy here over the next 30 minutes with that storm that's about to barrel through. Still doesn't look like, if it's raining, it's going to be a light mist that's out there right now. The heaviest downpour is still just waiting in the wings and on the way. Still getting a few rumbles of thunder right here in downtown, near downtown over Bibb County. Here's 475, starting to get that red, starting to push in. Lizella, Lake Tobesofkee, just looks like most of North Macon will get the heavy downpours. They're driving kind of north from the I-16, I-75 split. Emerson River Park, a heavier downpour over Lake Wildwood, 475. Even a few rumbles of thunder. And that's just going to kind of lift right up over North Macon and then push into Jones County up towards Gray. It looks like we'll still kind of get a little bit of that heavier downpour in downtown. We'll kind of have that green to yellow. That red, though, I think will kind of stay a little bit farther north than downtown for towards Lizella, but still getting a few rumbles of thunder. Let's see how the winds are looking in towards this system too. We're also still a little bit in towards that transition between the red and the green, but still pretty some heavy red still. That's just out ahead of the system. Over in downtown, the winds gusting about 23 miles per hour indicated on the radar, 26 into southern Jones County, 27. So the winds are going to be beginning to pick up here in downtown and still into Bibb, into Houston County, where these storms are about to really line up in your direction. Moving over Byron really right now. Like here's I-75, Byron, kind of got that heavy red here. Really going to be shifting a little bit farther to the north. Might get hit with a little bit of some rain in Centerville and Warner Robins, but the heaviest downpour may miss you. May not even see too much rain, but over at Peach County High School, Fort Valley, getting that rain. The Fort Valley Middle School also kind of riding up along 49, getting that downpour that's pushing through. Still no threats for severe weather, which is some great news, or no severe weather that's out there. We do still have the threat for severe weather, but this time no severe weather. Another heavy cell in Taylor County, just north of Butler, Jarrell, the Fickling Mill along 137, 19. Another heavy downpour here. It's kind of been hit or miss. A wider view here showing what's been going on over the past 2 hours as I slow this down. Those showers kind of lifting with the warm front out ahead of the cold front that's going to be pushing through later this evening. Those are beginning to fill in, kind of getting that cell action. We're not getting a full straight line that's coming through. It's hit or it's missed, it's there, it's not there. So it's really kind of having these discrete cells, and those do have the chance still to rotate, especially for these ones that are really coming up out of southwest Georgia. So the best chance of still seeing some severe weather tonight through the next about 3 hours, 4 hours or so will be kind of these cells that are pushing up right now, kind of through Vienna and Crisp and Dooley counties. Those will be kind of the best chance of seeing any of the severe weather throughout the evening in the next few hours ahead. Just still looking a little bit at, looking back between the reflectivity here, showing kind of the rainfall rates, and then the storm relative velocity and the velocity to see kind of how the wind structure is setting up inside of these storms, and still definitely packing some high winds. That's over top. Over near Lake Blackshear and Cordele, the radar is indicating winds could be gusting up to about 85 miles per hour. I don't think that's quite happening, but it's definitely gusty with these storms and these little smaller cells that are pushing up through Sumter County, Crisp County, towards Vienna along I-75. That's going to move right in your direction with those high winds and the heavy downpours right now. So let's see, how is this moving into downtown? Looks like most of it has begun to move in. Let's see if we can get back outside on this radar, or on the camera outside. So this is still out over Mercer University. The rain is definitely falling now. You can see it coming down kind of on the building. So the flag's whipping. No one's on the field, which is good, but that visibility has really dropped with those downpours that are moving through. Let's go to downtown itself. We're still looking off towards the west here. On top of the station, there's our tower. A little bit harder to see. Kind of can see some of the rain beginning to fall. But off there in the distance, still got the heaviest downpours. Let me turn it back towards the street view. I'm kind of turning it in the process right now. Oh. It may go a little bit wobbly. Went a little bit too low, but it's definitely starting to rain. The roads are back being wet. Doesn't look like we can see that. Doesn't look like it's quite a wind-swept rain. Just a little bit of a downpour that's pushing through. In downtown right now, those roadways are still pretty wet. I can hear it on the station on the rooftop with this downpour that's really pushing through. So the roadways are wet. Definitely getting this heavier downpour that's pushing through right now. Doesn't look like the wind is quite strong enough to shake the camera outside, but still picking up a few rumbles of thunder just north of downtown, pushing along I-75 near Tatnall Square Academy, just west of Northeast High School. Kind of get that red reflectivity on the radar that's still indicating some lightning strikes. Looking at the velocity still, the red is the winds moving away from the radar. Still getting a pretty bright red that's pushing through. Winds gusting up 20, nearing 30 miles per hour, indicated on the radar right now with some of our Doppler winds. So these winds are pretty gusty. The rain is falling. But then it'll kind of stop. We're kind of getting the hit and the miss. Still some downpours. So this kind of batch right here, this heaviest batch, Monroe towards Jones County, northern Bibb County, now is going to keep pushing up towards the north and east. So Gray, and then up near, probably just skirting north of Milledgeville, then up towards Putnam and Hancock counties with kind of this heaviest downpour, with a few even rumbles of thunder. But Roberta about to get hit with another kind of heavier system that's pushing through. Down a little bit farther south, southern Houston County near Elko, getting a little bit more of the oranges and reds. Even a few rumbles of thunder down here near Cordele. This is going to be the best chance to see one of those severe storms potentially popping up. Cordele up towards Vienna, along I-75, getting that heavy downpour for about 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and then it's kind of going to lift through, and then you can get another one out behind it. So Looks like there's still more of these kind of waiting in the wings. So these smaller cells, we're not getting that strong discrete line. So we're not really talking about a ton of flooding here. So that heaviest downpour is still moving right along 75 and 475, now pushing into southern Jones County, Liberty Park. Here's 129. The shops at River Crossing kind of getting out of the heaviest reds. Bolingbroke, just as expected, you got that really heavy rain once again. It's going to be moving across to I-75, lifting to the north and east. So really Jones County, Round Oak, Lake Juliet, up towards Hillsborough, and a little bit, that's when that heaviest rain is going to be moving over top of you. So we are getting a little bit of downpours too in towards Warner Robins. Not quite as heavy as what we're seeing kind of pushing into southern Jones County, but still have some yellows and oranges here at around 411. The Buckies getting some rain. Byron still getting a little bit of that heavier downpour pushing towards the north and west. So Houston County High School towards the Air Force Base, going to be getting this rain here very shortly. There's a pretty sharp cutoff between where exactly the rain is and where it's not. Between Peach and Crawford counties, just north of the Peach County High School now. Along State Route 42, that's lifting also towards the north. And we're not seeing a lot of severe weather out there. Notice kind of this darker green color, almost the blue color also. We have a high pressure that's pushing off the coast, and that can sometimes really wedge a lot of cold air up across the mountains. And usually cold, stable air really dampens the threat for severe weather. And the cold front, or the warm front that was lifting out of the south, even for areas west where the wedge really isn't being affected very much, still didn't have a lot of severe weather from that warm front really not being able to kick out some of this colder air that was in place. So still temperature around 59 in Macon, 63 in McRae. That warm front's trying to lift through. It's not quite making it there. That's why we still have that level 2 threat for southern counties. But for areas to the north, we dropped it down to a 1 for that risk of severe weather continuing to kind of lighten over the next few hours. I also am still watching the Facebook comments, so if anyone's here has a question, want to let me know how the day is going, I would love to hear from you. So let's get back outside now. How much it's changed a little bit is the rain. Looks like most of the rain may have, there's still a light shower that's out there. I can see a little bit easier that it's not all too heavy. That's moving through downtown now. As that storm system pushes up, it's really been like this today. It's been, you get the hit, you get the downpour, and then it stops for a little while, then it's picked back up. So kind of that day with those discrete cells pushing through instead of this one particular line that's moving through. Also trying to keep an eye on the chat with the National Weather Service to see if they have any new warnings or watches, what they're thinking of any of these situations and storms that are pushing through. It looks like most of it is just some downpours that's pushing through along a line kind of from Jasper, Putnam counties through Macon down I-75 and towards the west, all getting that rain right now. It was pretty flip-floppy. It was like this around lunchtime today. We have the rain generally west of Macon, and then it kind of shifted east of Macon where the west side was more dry. So that'll probably happen once again. We're kind of getting a second wave to push through. And then after this kicks out around 7:30 tonight, I think the severe weather threat is over. Most of the rain will be out of here by then for your Friday evening plans, but still could get one or two of these severe storms through the evening. So looks like, yeah, we're getting a little bit of that break over downtown. Notice it's just the rain just stopped right here. And then that is pushing now up into southern Jones County and then pushing up farther towards the east. Jones County is just absolutely getting hammered right now. Gray up towards Haddock, Lake Juliet, Bolingbroke. You're about to kind of get the heaviest rain to end, more moderate downpours, and then the rain could probably stop and then start once again. But around Oak, Gray, Haddock, most of Jones County about to get hit with this big, heavy red. So pretty big downpour that's about to move over top of you. And we'll still be watching some of these storms to the south also, just in case if any of them could turn severe. I think for now, though, let's give these storms a few more moments. And we'll do about another cut-in here on Facebook at around 4:45. We will have our newscast that will be starting at 5 on Fox 24. and 6 on ABC 16. So we'll be covering kind of a full report with exactly what's the threat for the rest of tonight, and then moving ahead towards that colder weather that'll be arriving next week. I'll keep watching these storms over the next 30 minutes, kind of give a synopsis of what I'm thinking, and then we'll have the newscast to get ready with at 5. We'll see you in about half an hour. All right, hello everyone. Breaking in a few minutes early before 4:45, about a minute and a half early, just because so we can kind of get this going as we get ready for our 5 o'clock newscast. We still have some showers, still a few rumbles of thunder out there. Nothing is severe at this time, which is still some great news. It's still pushing east of I-75 for right now. Most of the heaviest downpour, that one that was pushing through northern Bibb County, southern Jones counties, now into Hancock County, Devereaux, Sparta, up towards Culverton, moved out of Lake St. Clair. Quite a few rumbles of thunder, some extreme heavy downpours that is pushing through. A little bit farther to the south, we're kind of getting that line, a little bit of the break of an action from that southern Jones County over towards Macon. It's actually pretty dry, but still have some showers breaking out through Wilkinson County. Another heavier downpour that's pushing in through Bleckley County, Cary, Montrose, Danville, up across I-16 here towards Jeffersonville, pushing in towards the north and east towards Wilkinson County. Still has some more moderate downpours over Fort Valley, Byron, Perry, pushing up towards Warner Robins, Bon Air, and kind of all this will be lifting out over the next few hours. Really the most of the rain and the severe weather threat should be over by around 7:30, 8 o'clock tonight. That's when I think the downpours will be fully out of here, and then we'll just be left with a cold and breezy weekend ahead. Around 7 o'clock, those storms that are pushing through now from about Hancock down towards Crisp and Dooley County, those will be pushing out of our viewing area around 7 o'clock. We'll have this one last line that pushes through. Don't think this will have any severe weather, but once that line pushes through, the severe weather threat is definitely over after that. So we're still not talking about a whole sort of flooding rain. Hasn't gotten a lot of rain through the day today. We've generally gotten less than 1/10 of an inch from many areas. Still, Macon's only down to about 0.1. That should go up once we get past 5 o'clock here. Edenton's still the most with almost 2/10 of an inch of rain, but everywhere else really not dealing with a lot of heavy downpours, which is some great news because Tuesday's event was much more of a soaking, flooding rain event. So we will have a full report on WGXA News at 5 o'clock here on Fox 24 and on ABC 16 at 6 o'clock. I hope you all have a great weekend. If you don't tune in and watch us, have a great Friday night. Stay weather aware for the next 2.5 hours as this rain and some storms do move through. And then after that, things will be quieting down much for tonight. And we will also be tracking a much cooler weekend than some of the coldest air of the season behind that through the middle of next week. But we will have a full report on WGXA News at 5 and 6 o'clock. We will see you there and hope you have a wonderful weekend.